Ghosts of the Abyss expedition in 2001 had identified two pieces that perfectly together and probably marked
We're
the
back
point
live.
which
We are back
Titanic
live.
broke apart. And you can tell this is the unstable shape of the plating pattern. It's
All right.
the shell plates that run the length of the ship, like the strakes. They were put together and see the thickness of that keel there. It's about 6 feet. The blank space that we're looking at there that's been kind of cut across like a loaf of bread. That 6 foot tall gap would have been used for like water tanks and things like that, ballast, fresh water. So it all would have been used down there. But it was also a critical safety feature for the ship, protecting the damage from the other side. So you can see a few sections really big, double bottom keel plate and things like that. But again, a piece that big can really help us as a land behind determine where we are and what we're looking at. This, off the distance here, is the very top of one of Titanic's funnels. You can just make out at the very top of the screen here one of the waste pipes. That's the top of one of the funnel waste pipes. And you can actually just see the base or the tri-barrel whistles, both whistles kind of sat on the top of the ship's hull. The funnels, when they came off the ship, they probably didn't stay around for very long. They've got that classic shape. When funnels come off, they lose their strength. They rely on tension. They just kind of like settled flat, came down and seafloor, and came down. It's amazing, it's still very clearly from this end make out the top aspect of one of Titanic's funnels there. You can actually still see just coil below what looks like maybe one of the stays, one of the big cables that connected the funnel to deck, which is quite cool. Some of the whistles were actually brought up in test 2000, and more recently a replica has been made of Titanic's whistles, which has been mounted to a steam tractor. It's really, really cool. I'd love to see that in person.
I had just started a brand new job, and I get a call, and my mom says, "Don't panic," but the house is on fire. Moses was hands on literally every day just to make sure that we can get back in our home as swiftly as possible. Yeah, I will always be an all-state customer.
This is our small pork and chopped brisket. This is a juicy result of slow smoking meat for up to 13 hours. This is you forgetting time exists and getting lost in the sauce. Detective. Oh.
Trust me, plenty to offer. Whatever you get into. And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
With yearly Prevecto Quantum, one injection at your vet protects against brutal ticks for 365 days, all in one dose. Ready? Go.
365 in one?
Prevecto Quantum, 365 in one.
Use of caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurological disorders.
One dose, one trip to the vet, 365 days of flea and tick protection. Bravo, Prevecto, bravo.
Looking for recognizable shapes and forms. If you see one thing that's recognizable, generally gives you clues with the rest of the scene as to what you're looking at there. So that really, really seems like the top one of Titanic's funnels. It's just kind of like land in the brief film and in the stern section. By coincidence, because this is falling from the surface all the way down to land where it rests today. If you're enjoying this video, please be sure to like and subscribe, not to me necessarily, but to Magellan. Magellan provided this fantastic visual material to us. They have their own YouTube channel, and they are growing it. We're currently working on a series with them, with our friends Joe Kiffel and Joe Lavender, starring on the battleship Islam. They actually went to the wreck of Islam, just like they did with Titanic. They photographed it, they created digital twin of history's most famous warships. And be sure to go over there and like and subscribe to me. If you want to see more of me, we're going to be doing some Titanic stuff together over there, so you can enjoy that as well. I'll put a link in the description. Keep a comment. They've also got a Patreon where they are putting exclusive stuff, behind the scenes tours, things like that, interviews with the crew. That's really fun. They also have the ROV pilot. The ROV pilot is available to download right now on Steam. You can take your ROV and fly around the wreck of the Titanic. These scans will soon be in the ROV pilot. At the moment, go to the bow section, go to the stern section. Very soon, you'll be going to the debris field and you'll be able to go and have a look at it in your own time in 3D space as if you were flying like the ROV is down there on the bottom of the ocean. So please be sure to check out Magellan's Patreon and YouTube, or go and download the ROV pilot today. Become your very own digital ROV pilot. Again, congratulations to Magellan on the Emmy nomination. We're really looking forward to seeing how that one goes. You guys' visual work done in here are really nothing short of spectacular. So we know you've got this in the bag. Okay, now we get a nice top-down view as we come up and over some more shell plating. This is quite a cool section of debris here. It looks like there are some pumps, actually. They look like they could be feed pumps or some of the heating pumps that we use to basically recirculate the ship's steam water. The water is as pure as possible, used in that closed loop system that I described earlier. But kind of hard to tell. They just look like what might be used. Just below there, you see a piece of the shell plate. There's another kind of like small part of the side of the ship. This one has a porthole, and on top of the porthole, you can still see one of the deadlights that are intact, it's swung up and locked in place. So the deadlights was like a steel plug. Basically, they were a cover that in a storm, the stewards would shut and you can bring it down, lock it over the glass, and protect the porthole. If the weather got too bad, if a wave broke the glass, you wouldn't have water damage inside the ship. So basically, all portholes were fitted with a deadlight of equal size, locked down over the top of it. Titanic, Wide Starlight ships had a little star cast into the aspect of the deadlight that faced the passenger. So you can actually still see that deadlight swung up, still attached to the porthole that it would have been fitted to, which is a nice little detail that the scan has captured here. There's not a lot else here aside from maybe a piece of deckhouse there. There's not a lot here that is immediately recognizable. The good news is that this is so well documented now and so well forensically captured by Magellan with their scan that we'll be able to really get it close and analyze exactly what it is that we're doing now. Up here on the right, we have a really interesting bit of the ship. This is an upper deck. It's a part of the ship that would have had exposed decking. It's a part of the ship that has a teeth border to one of its forward or after aspect. And it's a part of the ship that then has deckhouse attached to it with what look like fairly decently sized windows. And it really looks like part of the A-deck promenade in the vicinity where Titanic broke up. You can tell that this was a part of the ship that had decking, like exposed planks, because you can still see these rows of bolts that would have held the planks into the deck plating of the ship below. The deck, the wooden decking was quite thick, but really heavy duty. Over time, it's been eaten away. Parts of the ship's decking were teak, which hold up really, really well over time. Other parts were pitch pine, which doesn't hold up as well. Titanic's A-deck promenade was almost all pitch pine. What wasn't pitch pine was teak with the margins around the outside. So you have two different kinds of timber. All the long planks that made up the deck. Though behind the outside border would be something a little more heavy duty. But this seems to me to be part of the possibly the A-deck promenade, because that kind of matches, you know, the the deck kind of pattern here. They would have had pitch pine running the length. The deck house here, which once would have been the wall, seems to have a cutout here for a door at its lower aspect, and then just forward of that too of these kind of classic big first class windows. And I'm pretty sure there's an area in A-deck that looks exactly like this. And then to the right hand side of this, you can actually just make out what looks like the bulwark, which was not a railing, but like a solid wall that was about just above waist height, that ran the length of A-deck there and the semi-enclosed part of it. So yeah, if I had to bet, I would say this was a big chunk of the A-deck promenade. And if that is what I think it is at the back end of that there, if that is a piece of T running widthways across the ship, and that would mean this is the part of the A-deck promenade where the expansion joint was, that was made so Titanic could flex, and would have made a lot of expansion joint, and this piece would have blasted off because of it. But that's a really cool thing then to pick that out and be able to decipher that. It'd be great to eventually zoom in when this is released on the ORP part and have a closer look at the structure. There's a ton of stuff that's sitting on top of it. There's like pipes, what might even be like a heater, a cabin heater or something, that's landed on top of it. Because you got to imagine, all the heavy bits hit the ocean floor first, and then it flutters down like steel hail for the next hour afterwards. Just all these little bits and pieces and pipes and things that aren't heavy enough, they just slowly float down and land on this. So we're passing along now, are coming across more mountains of debris that may have just been apart. But there are a couple of clues as to what we're looking at. So down here on the bottom left, you might see what looks like a giant piston that you might have ripped out of your car, because that is one of Titanic's engine cylinders, still attached to the crankshaft, which is incredible. So again, the crankshaft is about 6 feet tall, so that's a big bit of kit. The amount of force that is put to bend the connecting rods there, which again, like just solid steel, like that thick, is or more, is extremely impressive. But this is Titanic's port-side low-pressure cylinder. Titanic had 4 engine cylinders for each engine. They were rated pressure sensors, so the steam would be used throughout as it lost its pressure as it was being used. Each engine cylinder, the cylinder would next go into be rated to function at a lower pressure. The first pair of engine cylinders to balance out the engine were low pressure cylinders, and a pair of those ripped off the ship when it broke apart. So although it looks like the engine's still intact, peeking out the back of the ship where it ripped up, there are 2 missing. They're not really missing. One of these right here. So this is the port side example. The starboard side example is the further north. We'll have a look at that in a minute. But it's come to rest next to this really interesting bit of debris. There's a big pancake section of the sea deck, cabins, passenger areas and things like that. Again, a little difficult to make out what it is that you're looking at. There are also some random things that have fallen around and nearby. So just to the right, this big collection of decks that have all been stacked on top of each other. You can actually see a piece that looks like D-decks plating. Again, you can make that out because it's got the 2 portholes stacked on top of each other. It's straight away you know that's part of D-deck. But that big collection of twisted, plating. There's something really interesting about this piece of debris is that of all the things to land on top of it, you can actually make out the top, very, very top, one of Titanic's masts that's landed randomly on top. Titanic's masts were not just decorative, they held the Marconi wireless antenna, which was connected to a very powerful electrical set. And to make sure that the entire mast, which was made out of steel, didn't become electrified when it was in contact with the wires, the top of the mast was made out of tin. So, it is it can't conduct the electricity. the steel for the mast, for the most part, has been eaten away, especially the top parts. There's still some parts connected to the wreck of the ship. But there are whole sections missing now. But that's the very, very tip. That's the tip of one of Titanic's masts that's come to rest on top of this rather confusing pile of debris. We're basically heading northwest at the moment, so we're running parallel to the stern section. There's another one of the boilers. There's another one sitting in a big pile of rust. Here's another big chunk of Titanic's side plate, and you can make out those ugly pivoting portholes that I was talking about earlier. Again, just a section that big, but it's got to weigh 10 or 15 tons, right? I mean, just a huge amount of destruction. And now we're passing over one of the electric cranes. And this is one of the mysteries of the Titanic wreck to me, is that around the stern section, all of the cranes came, but they all landed really close together. And the question I always had was, did they come off on the surface, actually being pulled under?
My moderate to severe throat symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Skyrizi.
And now, I'm back in the picture. Skyrizi is the only IL-23 inhibitor proven to help achieve remission, meaning ketone symptoms in just 4 weeks for some people. Many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, even at 4 years. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help visibly repair damage and intestinal lining. Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight that may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
They had, I would imagine it'd be a bit more scattered around. It seemed to have been clumped together. So, James Cameron and his team theorized that the water column hang down on top right after it hits the floor. When you've got 20,000 tons of oil, 20 yards that would be going on the surface. It's pulling its weight of water down behind it. And so, you wonder if the force of the ship hitting the ocean floor and the water coming down on top of it didn't spray out the dam to push things off it. There are lifeboat dams, like all the cranes that build the lifeboats over the side of the ship. They're all scattered in groups all over the stern section. They're very, very close to it. So, you wonder if a lot of this stuff was actually just blasted off when it hit the ocean floor. But there are like little things down here that you can kind of identify. It looks like slightly to the top right there's the remnants of one of the deck ladders, one of the little deck ladders that have been on the boat deck and led people up onto the raised roof of the first class lounge or something like that. That one's there. It looks like it's in really good shape. But as always, a lot of nondescript twisted metal. Yeah, there's one of the davits right there. That was really interesting because it swung out. So, they used these davits to load the boats. They had to crank them out to do it. The davits actually sat in their cradle. The cradle was a little box-shaped base to the davit, and they sat those things like that. They were drift gears, and then to get the davits swung out the side of the ship so they could load the boat, they had to physically put a handle in, insert it, crank it out. Once it was cranked out like that, it would stay there because the teeth of the gears locked in. That davit is still swung out. It's swung out in the position it was cranked out to on the night of the sinking. It was obviously blasted off the deck of the ship when she sank, and it is now sitting on its side on the ocean floor. But in fact, the davit is actually still swung out as if we're about to launch a lifeboat. But one of these davits was pulled up by RMS Titanic Inc. It's currently on display. I got to tell you, these things are huge. I mean, I forget the exact dimensions, but again, I'm like 6'4". Um, looking up on it, looking up at the thing, it's another one of those things that gives you a sense of scale when you look at them. Like, it's very easy to lose your perception of the size of this. But the fact that it's swung out and still sitting there in the exact position that Lytle and Murdoch and all the officers and their men desperately swung it out to the night ship was still there. That's amazing. That's the little human touch that went through. It's still there. Yeah, this is one of the really interesting parts of the debris field. Again, this is a great orientation giving piece. This is one of those landmarks that we can use to navigate ourselves. So in relation to our map, we're now really far north of the stern section. This is what is called the aft tower. Now basically when I say broke into pieces, I don't say broken half, I say in pieces because there were whole chunks of the ship that ripped off intact. What you're looking at right here, this is 2 or 3 stories, 2 or 3 decks of the ship. Right between the third and the fourth
I'm gonna
funnel.
read. I'm gonna read
They
you
were
that.
ripped off one whole chunk and just floated down to the bottom of the ocean and landed upside down. So that big empty cutout rectangle right in the middle of the deck house there, that was the reciprocating engine room hatch. So this big shaft all the way down top of the boat deck, down to the engine room below. And that would have been used to give not only access to the engine rooms, haul out bits of machinery for repair or replacement, but to provide ventilation. So the hot air, it would be really hot and humid down in the steam engine room. A lot of that stuff can rise up and out of the ship. Now that empty shaft, like a big vacant elevator shaft, was once 10, 11, 12 stories tall, down into the engine. Well, now, this is a really unusual view because you're basically getting the view you would have got if you were standing in the bottom of the ship looking up, because this part of the ship landed upside down. So what we're looking at here is, I think, the underside of B or C deck on the port side of the ship. I'll get up some deck plans so you know what I'm talking about here. But yeah, this is all in the vicinity of the third and fourth funnel that broke up. There are a couple of really interesting things that we can see here that have, again, landed in really unusual proximities to one another. So on the left, we have Titanic's starboard side low pressure cylinder. So this is the matching cylinder to the one we saw earlier on the port side. It's further down south of the debris field. The cylinder head is really obvious here. It's still attached to the crankshaft. Again, really, really good piece of kit. But over there on the right, we have the direct contact heater. That's what I was saying. But over there on the right, we have something called the direct contact heater, which we'll talk about in a minute. That is integral to understanding how Titanic's steam system actually functions. But yeah, this is one of those really iconic pieces of the wreck. It's called the aft tower because it was attached to another huge chunk of the ship that broke apart and actually landed the right side up, closer to the bow. Again, it comprised parts of A deck, B deck, C deck, and the bottom of the third funnel. And that one was imagined to be called the forward tower. Again, it's just pilots that like rank nerds use to describe the ship, but yeah, there's a whole chunk of just behind the number 3 funnel. And also in the vicinity of that piece that we saw earlier that marked the demarcation of A deck, possibly in the expansion joint between number 3 and number 4 funnel. This is below that, this down B and C deck. There are some folks who've had a closer look at footage that's been taken over the years, and they can actually find still ceiling lights mounted to the beams and stuff that we're looking at right now that would have got in the ceiling cabins and hallways on Cedar. They're still there. So again, when we get our hands on this, when it gets released on the R&D file, we'll see some of that stuff in greater detail. Very exciting. I love these overview shots because they get such a good understanding of the layout of the debris field. So we're just flying off the port side of the stern section. I'm just going to have a closer look at one of these boilers that's kind of landed. Here, you get a fantastic view of the craters that hit the ocean floor. Look how deep that is. That is a big old crater. You know, it's interesting. You would have thought after all these years of currents and movement that, you know, the scars left behind from the ship hitting the ocean floor might have been erased. But no, it's still very much intact. The boiler kind of sitting in a pool of its own decay. Off to the right, I think that's a bathtub. I think that's one of the ship's bathtubs. Um, Titanic had not a huge amount of bathtubs. In third class, I think there was something like 4, some ridiculous number like that. They were iron bathtubs with a ceramic coating, basically. So Captain Smith's bathtub, famously for all those years, was in really good nick. Now it's been covered up. I'm fairly certain that's a bathtub sitting just off to the right of the boiler there. You know, Titanic's boilers were mostly double-ended, so you could have stokeys at either end loading the furnaces with coal. But for the 5 in boiler room number 1, which is one of the boilers we're looking at now, they were single. Purely because that is where the boiler was entered. There was nothing on the other side of boiler room number 1 but for the reciprocating engine room. And therefore, they were single. But you can very clearly make out the 3 furnace mouths. As ever, you're just amazed by just the stuff that falls, lands around. I mean, we've got, you know, the end of one of the ship's benches, deck benches, just down on the bottom left. I'm pretty sure that's a bathtub. Again, it's so random the way these things fell. So when I was flying off, just off the stern section toward the north, and we're looking at that big chunk of B deck and C deck, and we're looking at something that I personally find very exciting. This is, as I mentioned earlier, this is the direct contact heater. It's essentially a water heater. What's really cool about this thing is that it's still attached to the fixtures that what's held it to the inside of the ship. What's also cool about this is it's a quite recognizable, iconic part of Titanic's machinery and explains the way that the ship's steam engines, steam system works. So let me explain real quick. The steam is generated by the boilers. The boilers are burning coal. The coal is heating water in these tubes that run through the boilers. And as the water is heating up, it turns into steam, it's coming through, it's hot. It runs up into the main steam lines and it goes back, all the way back into the engines, where it goes through the high pressure cylinders, the big low pressure cylinders, and force it into the ship's central system designed to operate in a vacuum and actually draw in the steam that had been depleted of most of its pressure. The steam then drove the central propeller. After that, it had to return to the boilers as water to be heated into steam again. That creates a closed loop system. So there was a system of pumps and heaters that were basically designed to take the water, pump it back, and turn it into usable water again. So the first step in that process was to go through the ship's condensers. So the condensers basically took
The Plating column is important to you, so it's important to Allstate. Home is where you make all your best memories. Nice work, you two. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Shadow. 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 At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
You try to stop the itch. I feel helpless.
I feel ridiculous.
There's a better way. Numelvi.
Numelvi is not for use in dogs with serious infections. It may increase susceptibility to opportunistic infections. Ask your vet about Numelvi.
With Shopify, I can turn my passion for coffee into a business. And to be honest, when I first started Chamberlain Coffee, I had a lot of anxiety about not being a business person. But what can be really helpful is to have tools. And Shopify was an incredible tool for Chamberlain Coffee. It just made making a website doable for somebody like me who's never done it before. And trust me, if I can do it, so can you. Start your business today with a free trial at shopify.com.
The steam out of a low pressure turbine, ran it past, ran it through tubes that were exposed to cold seawater that was circulating throughout the condenser units. And then in doing so, of course, as steam cools down, becomes water. So you're getting this condensation, you're getting droplets of water that are forming again. It's becoming water. It's not steaming, it's water. So the main circulating pumps. So the circulating pumps taking that water through the condensers. We'll come back to the circulating pumps soon. The water is then taken through a series of pumps and heaters and filters to basically take out any impurities, grease, any oil, salt, anything like that that's picked up in its journey through the steam lines through the engine. The water is then heated. So it goes through a set of the rear pumps and some heating pumps. That gets it warm, which is being primed to go back into the boilers. And if it's already warmed up, it's already hot, it's going to flash over into steam much quicker than if it was cool, as cool as it had been running through the condensers. So it goes to the forward end, the closed lid, it's going to the back engine room to the turbine room, and it's sent back through the rear pumps and through the heaters back to the forward end of the ship's engine. And then it's pumped up into the water, into the contact heater. Now, and that's what we're looking at here. This is the direct contact heater. We actually have a really good representation of what this looked like on the ship. This is a representation of Titanic's engine room made by Steve Turner. You will try something. I'll put a link to this and put that in the description so you can look around. Remember how I said that the ship that we're recently is covered in pipes, it's nondescript metal? Here's why. You can see there's a lot of it down there, right? But we're basically standing on the first level up from the floor, the tank top of the ship. At the moment, we're looking backwards towards the stern of the ship, and we're going to turn around forward. If we look up, we can see the skylight, the engine room hatch that I was just telling you about. That's what we can see in the aft tower. This is basically almost exactly the view that you would have looking at the aft tower now. We're looking at it from the bottom up. That's what it looks like. But if we were standing in Titanic's engine room at this level and look forward, we would see a wall. Now that's not super exciting, but if we were to look slightly up, you would see this thing here. Now that is the base of the direct contact. Sitting directly on top of it is the direct contact heater. So you can actually see, if we go back to what Magellan have set us through to look at, you can actually see that base still attached to the turret contact heater, right? You can see up here, we're looking at the underside of it. But you can very, very clearly see it here with the contact heater sitting on top of it. So this is really the final step that the water previously the steam has to go through in order to be sent back to the boilers and comes to again. It goes into the direct contact heater. It is suddenly heated to a couple hundred degrees Fahrenheit, 200 something, and then it's piped through back forward into the boilers, comes to again. The direct contact heater is also getting rid of gases. It's getting rid of oxygen, any other impurities, things like that in the process. It serves a couple of purposes, but its main function is really to get that water hot enough that it will legally become steam. Titanic apparently had one. This is the one. It's interesting because it's actually fitted, as we can see from this reproduction, right inside the engine room hatch. And it seems by coincidence, it's not attached to anything, maybe by some steam lines. It seems like either it's been dragged down, still attached by lines and pipes alone, to land in the vicinity of the tower. It probably seems more likely, or in the breakup, it broke completely free. It just happens to have fallen down and landed next to where it once sat, the village, when it was installed in the ship. But yeah, that's a really important piece of the ship because it was testament to how the whole thing works, actually, how that closed loop system is so clever. It's every step is designed to take the steam, use every bit of it to create energy to drive the ship forward, and then to turn it back into water, but not cool it off enough that it's not going to be as efficiently heated as possible. You have to create as much steam as you can as quickly as you can. Therefore, let's put some heaters in place, some pumps that can heat it up on its way back. You'll also notice, looking at it from up here, that it's in a kind of a funny place. It's high up. It's above our heads. And the reason for that is basically you're pumping it from the feed pumps, which are down here on the other side of the ship toward the starboard. So it's being pumped up through here, through the steam lines, up to the contact heater, but then gravity is taking the water and it's basically just going downhill back into the water. So you don't have to worry about an extensive network of pumps getting there all throughout the rest of the ship. Gravity doing its thing, providing the pressure. So that's why it's a little higher up. I think that's closer to D off the top of my head. So quite high up. Yeah, something like that. Very clever bit of kit.
Ooh.
It's just amazing seeing it's captured in this level of detail. It's so forensic. You can just sit here and watch it all day. It's absolutely remarkable. We're flying in now towards, I think it's the port side low pressure cylinder. Yeah, that's attached to that chunk C deck. Yeah. You think about the force that it takes to rip steel apart. It's just absolutely unbelievable. It's amazing seeing the connecting rods bent in such a way, like 45 degrees with bent over like that. It's just unreal. But also that they remain detached. There's a lot of nondescript stuff down there. I mean, you can see the catwalks that the engineers would have worked on, getting around the engines.
So the further back you get, the better your view needs to be.
The car you might have seen up on the boat deck or on A deck. Now you get a closer look at
I
all
get
the
it now.
decks that are pancaked down near that low pressure.
I get it.
On the other side now,
So when the further back your position is race-wise, the more movement skills you need. That does make sense because, like, if you think about it, right, if you're at the front of the race, you don't need a lot of movement skills. Maybe prudent positioning or dodging danger as a front runner, and then go with the groove or go with the flow. I mean, go with the flow for front runners. Those two skills be all the movement skills you need, but like for something like an enclosed or a leg surgery, you need peripheral skills. Otherwise, you'll just keep getting jammed up. And that's what I'm like. I just thought about it. um,
Still in place. Installed. The turbine. I mentioned earlier about the condensers. The condensers pulling in seawater through valves from the ship. The seawater is going into the condenser. So running that seawater over the steam line tubes. Steam is finding that quite cold. Steam is turning into water again. To do that operation, they needed pumps to run the seawater up through the condensers and out over the side. You needed something called a circulating pump. And there were 4 circulating
crap,
pumps.
I keep forgetting to use my
Condenser.
training out.
They can actually see circulating pumps. They are lying on their side, just on the bottom right there, still attached to the underside of the ship. So this is in the vicinity of the turbine room, a Titanic side curved up around, or the turn bilge. You can actually just make out a pair of those circulating pumps still intact. It was been filmed before, but again, we have a map. We have a really forensic map now that actually compare where these pieces of the ship are, and they're scaled very interesting. The pumps were, part of Titanic's auxiliary steam layout, I suppose, steam system. They were basically their own miniature steam engine. So you had two main pumps to back up to auxiliary pumps. They also had a special double feature. They could actually pump water from the ship's engine room or from the turbine rooms. And so when Captain Smith was talking about using the pumps to buy time, he was talking about using the pumps to get water out of the ship. He's talking about this kind of machinery. He's talking about using the ship's circulating pumps to run lines forward, which is what they did. They cracked the watertight doors some, ran hoses forward into the boiler rooms and attached them to the pumps to try and get as much water out as they could. It was still a losing battle, despite the fact that these fairly powerful units had their own steam engines. Still wasn't enough. They were able to get enough water at the side. They probably bought Titanic a matter of minutes, but it was enough that more people were able to survive. So it's still very, very worthy in effort. But it is very interesting to see those pumps just sitting there, ripped out, and again, just unbelievable force that it takes to do that. Just to put this in perspective again, we do see another part of Titanic's double bottom just over there on the left, the shoulder plating there. Again, that is 6 feet tall, so this is a big, big, big piece of shit. So ripped off hands on the It's just unreal. This is a really interesting piece of debris because of how recognizable it is, how front and center it is. So if we just come over the tear of the stone section of the ship, we're going to see a tangle of wires and some big old reel cables coming. This is a fairly important piece of Titanic's equipment. Titanic had a couple of things. There was one all the way forward, at the bridge of the bow. It's quite a thick piece of, back then they called it steel rope. It's basically a cable, right? This is designed for towing Titanic. Or if she ever has to tow something else, this piece of steel ropes, again, not thick, at least, is designed to be reeled off this cable and attached to a ship on the other end. It's interesting because you can actually see at the bottom right the island from the end of the cable, ostensibly fast the ship and tow Titanic. It's disabled or tow Titanic to tow another ship. Titanic had a couple of these. Titanic had a few of these. Probably the biggest and most impressive is located forward, where this front of the ship. There's like a little eye cut out that was used for towing. This one presumably was one of the ones that was located under a cover on the print deck of the stern of the ship. So this has just come off in one piece. And for having fallen 4 kilometers and 20 miles to the ocean floor, it hasn't really unraveled like But what's cool is you can actually still make out the end of the steel wire that used to secure this reel to another ship. They would have wrapped it around the bollards and capstan that pulled the ship along. That's a pretty heavy duty piece of equipment right there. You can still make out the individual strands of the steel. Like, how impressive is this? Like they were able to capture this degree of detail. It's unendingly cool. So we're flying it now from the stern section port side, which is going to fly over the kind of tangle of the ship's bottom that we were talking about just now with the circulator pipes. You can see those just on the bottom left, going down the view now. It's a main steam line piping. And we see more of those davits. And a crane. There's one of the ship's cranes on the right-hand side of our screen. But all these davits are still attached to their bases, just like the other one we were looking at earlier. They're all still cranked out, swung out to the angle they're at when they were lowering boats on the night of the sinking. This one that we're looking at right now, you actually still see that it's got one of the blocks, the wooden blocks that you use to run the lines, basically the pulleys to lower the boat. It's still attached to the davit there. It looks like that one's gone as well.
which find perfectly fits for you. Now with you at Target.
What defines the modern athlete? The training, the natural talent. Anyway, I went to Men's Warehouse, a bowling appropriate clothes that use chill flex, which helps keep me cool under pressure.
Safe Life can do it all. Replace everything you want. Go to safe.com.
This one tool low-key changed how I run my entire content business. Let me put you on. So I'm a full-time content creator that leads scripted videos, managing brand deals, and a ton of events. And I've been working with eating away most of my day. Secret Service rushes reporters in the White House briefing room after nearby popping. They don't seem to be very concerned, but again, they don't really know what it is. It could be something that's happening very far away. They confirms a man was hit by law enforcement, causing the White House to be locked down. Details not currently available. Maybe we're trying to find an update on it as well. Which is sad because this is yet another incident. DC's a bad area, but they just keep on going after our president. It's sad.
And we got cars trying to back up out of there so that they can but
I think it's AI and CGI. I mean, I wish it was, but I'm thinking this is real.
someone else, they thought they heard something sound like gunshot. I can't say that 100% recently. Something's definitely going on down there by 15th and
They're all very preliminary, but the sad part is like, we kind of see this and we don't even question that it's happening because it becomes so commonplace. Like if something like this happened around first term Joe Biden, Obama, like people would be like freaking out, like, oh my God, why is violence reaching a new all-time high? But this would be the fourth, the fifth instance where someone tried to do this to Trump because like, we just saw this over here from CNN saying, like, Scott Jennings talking about, hey, there's a left-wing violence problem in America. 3 attempts on Trump, Charlie Kirk. Oh no, not attempts on Charlie Kirk. They got Charlie Kirk. Justice Kavanaugh, Rob Scalise, I forget his name, but it's like, yeah, this is happening all the time, but they constantly deny that this is like strictly a Democrat issue.
We're doing this, and the right does it just as much online.
You can understand why we're on edge as conservatives.
Steve Scalise, like,
Congress President, Steve Scalise, Brett Kavanaugh, Charlie Kirk. Heck, there was even a plot against Russ Vought the other day. He was the head of the Office of Management and Budget. I mean, conservatives are, I think, rightfully on edge because this keeps happening over and over and over again, and people keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi, and they keep calling him a fascist, and they keep repeating lies about him.
because they want it. It's sad. It's like this has officially become part of the Democrat agenda. They know they can't beat him in the voting booth. He's not going to run anymore. They know they can't beat him in regular politics in winning the hearts and minds of the American people. They know that they don't have anybody on a roster, so they're like a rat cornered in a cage. They're going to start acting out, and it's like they want this. They want the next person to be successful, and it's disgusting.
That are not true, yet they keep getting repeated regarding Epstein and other things. But I'm just telling you, as a
Yeah, so you say, Bestie says, we keep getting hunted. And the sad part is, it's like, it would be a little bit too much to say, oh my God, they're hunting us. But it's like, but they are. It's not just Trump. It's Charlie Kirk. It's Steve Scalise. It's Tim Pool, the quartering. I think Officer Tatum too. Like conservative commentators get doxxed. Nick Shirley, not even like a diehard Republican. It's just, hey, if you have an opinion that we don't like, we're gonna try to get you to be ended. Like what is it? Serena Hernandez, a journalist, a whole family and like men in the family attacking her. And it's like, why can't you just have a differing opinion from the left? Because the left wants to paint you as a literal Nazi to get your life be ended. And it's sad. It was like there's like this local law enforcement event near my home, and I was like, do I need to go up to them and talk to them and say, hey, look, I'm a live streamer. I think the quartering talked about how like you let them know of like the squatting risk, and they get like more information about you or something. He's saying says Nuxinol gets threats and he's a cartoon. Exactly. He's a VTuber cartoon person. For all you know, he's AI generated, never been a real person. He's just saying controversial things. I don't think that's the truth. But just the fact that the left is so insane, they gotta go after the cartoons. This is nuts.
But if we lived in this every day, my friend was murdered last year. My president's had 3 assassination attempts. I have a knot in my stomach about it every day that I wake up.
The left is not the only people doing this, and
The left is not. That's the thing. I think even Hassan said something about like every time they go after Trump, it's a Republican Trump supporter that does it. It's like, no, that's just a narrative you guys made up. Your audience is too stupid to actually figure out that it was just a fake narrative, but they're constantly going to go running with it because they are the side that promotes this.
and they just think if you're dumb enough to not think we're the violent party that promotes this, kind of like a wink and a nod whenever they do it, they're dumb enough to just believe the first narrative they put out there, like, oh, these are Trump supporters that are taking shots at him. It's ridiculous. Well, yeah, they say Pelosi, say Trump's words of violence, Pelosi after Kirk's murder. We can't be responsible for what we say.
This is violence against women. He may not know that, but when he says things like, I want to protect women whether they like it or not, that is violence against women.
That is what? That is not violence against women.
I don't think I've ever heard this quote.
He wants to protect women whether they like it or not. That's not violence against women. That's just telling women, hey, no matter how you act, no matter how wild you want to be about it, I'm still going to protect you. That's just something guys do. We put up with the bull crap, we put up with the crazy attitude, and then we still protect you. Like that's just what we do. We're built to deal with that. Now, dealing with it and living with it is two completely different things. Not every guy's willing to live with it. And we see that today as a large majority of single males choose to stay single for a while until this era is over. Or if it doesn't end, then we'll just be single, and then there'll be a whole large majority of women that want to get married that can't get married, and they don't know why they're not getting married, but they know why they're not getting married at the exact same time. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. It's like you know why you're not getting asked out on dates and getting married and having these kind of relationships like you did back in high school and stuff. The reason is it's very simple. That has nothing to do with uh, how you look, by the way. It's 100% in how you act and how you want yourself perceived. And so when you want yourself perceived as this ultra liberal warrior that is fiercely independent, um, don't want a partner to work with, don't want to be on a team. I can do it all by myself. I don't need no help. I don't want no help. Guess what? We're gonna stop giving a fuck. After a while, we just stop caring. And we're just like, okay, you want to do it by yourself? Okay. You're gonna see exactly how hard it is to do it by yourself, which is literally what every single guy does after high school. We figure that shit out after high school, and the only ones of us that don't figure it out after high school are the ones that are well off, and they figure it out after college, and then they do the exact same thing. It just delays the inevitable by 4 years or 8 years, whichever one it is. Whether you're going for your doctorate or bachelor's degree or whatever, it just depends. But if I can see it, I know they can see it. And if they don't see it, then their dad's telling them. Especially if they're rich. It's like, yeah, no, stay away from them all. That's what their dad's like, no, stay away from them all. Trust me, son, stay away from them all. Have fun, but stay away from them all.
Don't have any intention.
Safety is violence.
But we
Yeah.
cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it. This is violence against women.
Yeah.
Here we
They
go
know
again
they're-
with this
they're
crap.
stoking the flames. They know they're pushing it, and even when they are successful in getting violence to happen, like when they let off rounds on Trump again, they legit think it's a good thing. Hey, they took shots at him again, or they rushed in the White House press correspondence dinner. It's a good thing because now they know what gun violence is, despite the fact that this it literally took a part of his ear off.
Hey everybody, it's Marley here at Dog House Harley Davidson in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Your go-to tire spot in the Carolinas. You can get a brand new Harley Davidson factory tire installed as low as $199. So give us a call at 803-327-1183 or visit us on our website, www.doghousehq.com, and request a quote.
Son of a biscuit. What the fudge?
But so that room was full of some of the most important political leaders of the country, right?
Right.
Now they know they've lived in their own flesh the fear that our school children go through. Now they know what it's like to have to.
And here's the thing: there's a solution to not have our school children be in that danger. One, when the parents, teachers, and faculty report on someone that is a bit unhinged, maybe they look into it more and they don't just kind of sweep it under the rug like, hey, we can't do anything about it. The school district can't do. We need the students in class because we need the money. Two, you treat the schools just like you would the bank. I worked for a company where we had lots of large amounts of cash, and when it was transported, cash was on, and also when you're under the room that has all the cash, there's like multiple video angles of recording you, and it can be pulled up any part of the company any given time. Treat the schools like that, where any parent of the classroom can get a live stream feed of what's happening to their kid, and also
I like that.
you secure the school like you would a bank, like you
In a
would
certain
a
sense, I
warehouse.
do like
Like
having
how
to
would you say
be
the
able
bank's
to
cash is more
see
valuable
our
than
kids
actually
in
our students?
class from home, but at the same time, if we can see our kids on camera from class from home, then so can any hacker or any groomer or any PDF file that is good on a computer to track kids. So yeah, no, having cameras in the classroom is probably a bad idea right now because of that. So it sucks because you want to see what you don't like. You also don't want to open up the avenue for somebody crazy to jump into the hack into the system, and all of a sudden now they have access to watch your kid 20, 7 hours a day, or kids in general 7 hours a day. And I know how adult minds work, obviously. Those adult minds that think like that and would do something crazy is definitely watching these kids, seeing who they know, who they friends with, and then they would line up something outside of school that is adjacent with their schedule or what they said in school. Like if they said they were walking to their friend's house after school or something like that, then somebody that's looking to do evil would jump upon that opportunity. So having cameras in school that we can see our kids from home that are inside the classrooms is not a good idea. There's too many there's too many PDF files out here these days to for that to be a good idea. If there wasn't such a big deal, you know, then we would probably I would support it. But since I know how things are looked at, things are going, how the number of PDF files are rising at a substantial rate, and it's going from online to offline. You know, like we keep hearing about these groomers on like video games like Roblox and stuff like that. What do you think is going to happen whenever they can take it offline? What do you think is going to happen whenever they find out what school that kid goes to, and let's say they got cameras in the classroom that can see the classrooms? What do you think that dude's going to do? He's going to watch the kid. Simple. Like you don't want that. You don't want that. Or she. Because there's not just male PDF files, there's female PDF files too. People just generally don't think about female PDF files because, well, they don't do as much damage physically, but emotionally they do the same amount of damage. Straight up.
One individual was shot by law enforcement. Their condition is currently unknown. Please avoid the area as emergency crews are responding. Honestly, that might just be DC being a violent, scary place. Might not even be Trump involved, but it is sad that whenever we look into what's happening around Trump, we're not surprised. Like a lot of the times, I think it would be news cycles stopping levels of attention had this happened during the Biden administration. Oh my God, they just popped off rounds when he was there. It's like we would be worried about it. But it seems like another day, another instance of Democrat-owned violence on Trump because that's just officially been like part of their agenda to try to be violence wasn't that. Yeah, just a normal everyday shooting, and we don't have to live like this. We really don't. All the nutcases promote it, and I think it's bad because they have become a party that attracts nutcases. They want more nutcases inside their party because they're easier and more emotionally driven. They have
Listen up, you're about to see the most disturbing footage in Yosemite National Park history.
We are lovers of yarns.
Yosemite
That's why
Park.
we only use professional grade echo power. We are
Let's see.
yarners.
This should be fine. I should be able to get this wet traded off with that. Yeah.
Listen up, you're about to see the most disturbing footage in Yosemite National Park history. The date is October 22nd, 1999, and Jan Davis is standing at the edge of El Capitan. That's right, the El Capitan, probably the most famous landmark in all of our national parks. 3,200 feet of sheer granite
Dang
running
it.
straight
I
down
thought
into
both of them was
Yosemite
gonna
Valley.
go
Now below Jan,
after.
150 people are packed into the meadow, looking straight up at her.
I know. You'll
They're
be okay
chanting.
though.
There's reporters, tourists,
Yeah.
protesters, as well as a line of park rangers who were pissed off with the spectacle that was taking place in their park. Back on the cliff, Jan was about to make the most consequential decision of her entire life, but she didn't know it yet. She wasn't scared. She had done this thousands of times before. She thought this time would be no different than the last. So she took a deep breath, and then the countdown began. 10, 9,
8, 7. Oh yeah, October 22nd, 1999. The woman jumps off of Yosemite and Yellowstone and is supposed to do a cliff dive, and whatever reason her parachute doesn't activate correctly, and she just like in Yellowstone just smacks the ground off Yosemite off the freaking face of the rock. I remember that. I was 6 when that happened, and my mom said we're never going to Yellowstone. And I said, why? She said, well, a woman just jumped off a rock and just splatted into the ground. Like, she said, you know how when you drop your PB&J and your jelly goes everywhere on the ground? That's what happened to her. And I just imagine like a person as a PB&J sandwich. At the time, I just imagined a person as a PBA sandwich. You know, she base jumped off there and just smacked into the ground. And then on top of that, my mom was just like, there are hundreds of people that disappear out of that Yellowstone Park like every year. So we're not going. That's the other reason. And you know what? She was right. I'm glad she never took me.
Almost as simple as just tapping a button. Oh, and speaking of tapping a button, if you are a repeat viewer, please tap that subscribe button. And if you're a new viewer, you can wait for now. I'm going to do everything I can to earn your subscription by the end of
Yellow
this video.
Park.
If you look at the numbers, you'll see that I am very close to 1 million subscribers. I'm
Yosemite.
really trying to hit it by the end of this year. So
Yosemite.
hitting subscribe is one safer than.
Isn't there a character named Yosemite Sam or something like that? I feel like there's a no in there is, right? Yosemite Sam. Ain't that the cowboy with the pistols like in the Bugs Bunny episodes? The cowboy that gets real mad with the red mustache. Oh, you crazy rabbit. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I miss Yosemite Sam, man. So your kids today will never know. The 20-year-olds today will never know. Yosemite Sam was crazy, bro. Matter of fact, he was so crazy. He actually became like 3 or 4 different sports teams' main logo, and I think they're still using them today. So cool, bro. What? How we coming forth? Speed up.
Just a simple parachute. Frank plunged 3,600 feet, and what followed? Well, it was pretty much a perfect jump. A few seconds of free fall, a parachute deploying exactly right, and then a soft landing in the meadow. Absolutely ideal. Frank, he nailed it. He then took a moment to kind of soak in what he had just accomplished, but he quickly realized that he was not alone. Now, you can probably understand why base jumping isn't just frowned upon by most authority figures, but that it's actually illegal in a lot of places, including national parks, and it's been that way for a long time. And yet, despite that, you can probably also imagine how
They
hard
need to
it is
make
to
a
actually
sky. They need to
complete
make
this.
a
I mean,
base
base
jump
jumpers would
park.
strategically plan
They
their
need to make a
stunts
base
in
jump
cover
park.
darkness and even have elaborate plans with like getaway cars, all
So
in an
then,
effort to
if you come to
evade
base
a
jump park and
rating.
you
Now,
die, that's your own fault.
someone had convinced
You know what I mean?
about Frank's jump, and instead of them trying to stop him, they actually decided to try and make an example out of him after the fact. So before Frank could even pack up his parachute, two park rangers began bounding towards him, coming out of the bush, basically from nowhere. In 1999, getting caught base jumping in a national park would be chalked up to a federal misdemeanor, carrying a very hefty fine as well as mandatory gear confiscation. And that would have been devastating for Frank. And let's just say that he wasn't going to be an easy takedown for these particular Rangers. The game of cat and mouse was about to commence, and no one knew it at the time, but this game was about to have consequences so severe that it still haunts the park to this day. Now, I'll never go base jumping, but I do like to hike, despite the name of this channel. And when I hike, I get so sweaty.
I've always wanted
It's
to
honestly a miracle I
jump out
haven't
of
ended up in one of my own videos yet.
sky. I've always wanted to jump out of an airplane, skydive. I'm gonna do it one time. I'm gonna do it one year. Then I'm gonna record it and upload it too. But first, they have to. My doctors have to say I can do it because if your doctor say you can't do it, they're not gonna let you do it. That's what I learned because I already asked. I already asked. I hate the fact that I hate the fact that I have epilepsy, and it's like every time I ask my doctor, like, can I do it or should I do it? No, 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 and this is why I did it like every single time, and it just makes me want to do it anyway. It's so annoying because it's been like that my whole life. Everybody telling me what I can't do, what I can't do, what I can't do. You can't cook, you can't drive, you can't do this, you can't play football, you can't do normal stuff, and I'm just like, watch me. I've done everything everybody else has done. I was forced to wait probably 4 or 5 years later than everybody else. That includes driving, that includes a lot of stuff. Getting my own place and all that. Getting a job, I had to wait to do that. Mm. I had to get cleared by a doctor before I could get a job. Can y'all believe that? I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought you could just get a job. No, no, no. You have to get cleared if you have medical problems first. So they can better assist you in finding a job. That's what they say. It's so they can better assist you in finding a job for disabled people. I understand that. And I understand that. I get it. I get that part. But I think when they say disabled, I think they mean like not able to move on your own or not able to see or something like that. Not like my situation where my cerebral palsy doesn't keep me from moving or walking normal, well, semi normally, I guess. But at the same time, most people wouldn't even know I had cerebral palsy if I don't say it because I've done so much work on myself in the gym or calisthenics, I should say. Not in the gym as much, actually. I've come to prefer calisthenics because um, to me, calisthenics works better. It's more productive. You build up muscle fibers. You build up the long twitch muscle fibers instead of quick twitch muscle fibers, which allows you to build muscle that's going to last a lot longer. When you build quick twitch muscle fibers, that's what you see on the Mr. Olympias, the bodybuilders, the weightlifters. Those are quick twitch muscles meant to give you a burst of power for a short period of time. That's why when you see weightlifters lift heavy, they only lift that weight for what, 10 seconds maybe before trying to put it back, before putting it back down, or maybe even 5 seconds, depending on how heavy it is. It might be 5 seconds before they try to walk it back to the rack. Whereas the muscle I'm building will allow you to hold that same weight for 2 to 3 times as long with smaller muscles because they're more compact muscles, they're denser muscles. The fibers are denser, they're stronger, they rip less, they last longer. So, with that knowledge in hand, I was able to build me at least right now. I'm on a 10-year career at UPS in a warehouse, working in the warehouse, not a driver. I'm the one in the warehouse loading all your crap in the back of those 18 wheelers before it gets sent to the drivers. All that crap. Every car piece you order, every motor, every panel, every air conditioner, freezer, wash machine, dryer, everything people order online, I get it. And then we have to figure out how to get it from the floor into the truck. No pallet jacks, no forklifts. We don't use that stuff when we on the floor working. And we only got 4.5, 5 hours to get it in all that stuff into the truck that comes to the building from Florida, Jersey, Atlanta, Texas, Oregon, Michigan, wherever, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, a lot of Japan stuff. But that makes sense because, the tech industry is the tech industry. But my point is, you want to build the long twitch muscle fibers to help you in the long run. Going to the gym a lot while working a full-time job or a physically demanding part-time job, and y'all know what I'm talking about, working in the warehouse, doing, construction, stuff like that. Going to the gym along with that, it's just gonna break your body down faster. And you're not gonna be able to keep going to the gym because you're not gonna have the energy. Why is that? Because you messed around and built up a lot of quick twitch muscle fibers when you needed long twitch muscle fibers.
However, she wasn't born into it either. Jen had lived an entire previous life married to a Santa Barbara police chief, raising a family and living the conventional, respectable life that you'd expect from a police chief's wife in an upper class beach town. But then, sometime in her mid to late 40s, after that chapter ended, Jan Davis reinvented herself completely through skydiving, base jumping, and stunt work, transforming from someone
Excuse me.
housewife into the queen of the Earth's most dangerous sports. And that kind of transformation does not happen casually.
Sorry to go off on a little side rant about muscles. What can I say? I'm an athlete, man. I look into these technologies. I look into all this stuff before I start working on a plan on how to get stronger, how to do my job better, how to do it more efficiently, how to do it longer, how to do it without breaking down, without my body breaking down on me. Because I have to worry about that because I have basically degenerative. like muscles that I have to keep up. And if you don't know what the degenerative muscles are, it's just they just break down over time. You can't do anything about it really, other than work out. Like that's all you can do. Can't really do much else. You just work out to maintain it, basically. Maintain the muscle you have or can get, as your body will allow. And it sucks because you can't just force your way past something like that. So with cerebral palsy, what happens is your blood supply gets cut off to whatever part of the body that is affected. And for me, it's my right side, my arm and leg. And so with the blood supply being cut down, not off completely, with my case, I'm still able to operate pretty regularly or on a pretty normal basis and doing, most everything everybody else can do, if not everything. Um, the only difference is whenever I do like get in the workout mindset and I start getting bigger, which usually happens in the winter, it's not because I'm like bulking, but for whatever reason, my muscles swell in the winter time and they just get bigger. So I just appear bigger throughout the winter season. Uh, my right side does not respond as well. So I end up looking like an arm wrestler, basically. You know what I mean? My left arm would be a lot bigger than my right arm. Or that classic meme of the guy that's like locked in his room for a month with the internet and just himself. You know what I'm saying? And a box of tissues. That's what it looks like. That meme, and it freaks people out because they're like, "Dude, what's up with your arms? Why are your arms different sizes?" I'm like, "Yep, that's 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 what cerebral palsy does, bro. It just cuts off the blood supply." And they asked me, "That's like, what do you mean cuts off the blood supply?" I was like, "Well, full blood supply would be the left side of my body, right? Your muscles get that's how your muscles get oxygen and can grow is from the blood supply that runs through the oxygen or the oxygen that runs through your blood supply helps expand and grow your muscles. Well, when you have half as much blood flowing through one side of your body, it's going to get half the advantage or half the uh, nutrients that it needs to grow correctly. And that unfortunately ended up being my situation. I ain't mad about it. I'm just, life happens. That's that's the way I look at it. Life happens, and you either get down or you get laid down. So, and I'm not about to lay down and let the government control my entire life and all the money that I get and where I can live, when I can live there, or forcing me to live in Section 8 for years and years and years, knowing that I obviously don't want to live in Section 8 ever. Um, because I feel like if I got put in Section 8, right, for being disabled, so many people would try to come after me for that because I would be able to work a job, and they'd be like, "Well, he's able to get housing assistance, and he's got a job, you know. Why is he able to get housing assistance and he got a job?" Them not knowing that they looking at somebody that's got a 4x4 arachnoid cyst in his brain. That's a tumor. A 4x4 arachnoid cyst tumor that's in his brain, not on it, but in it. They can't remove it, pressing down on his neurological senses and nerves, causing all kinds of issues. And then on top of that, you got cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and scoliosis happening all at the same time. One of which is deadly, by the way. Seizures are deadly still. Even if you take medication, they can still kill you at literally any on any day, on any given day. if you have a bad enough one or a bad enough reaction, or you have like a heart murmur, or your kidney shut down or something like that while you're having a seizure, you could die. How do I know that? Well, it happened to me. My seizure shut down, my kidney shut down. I flatlined at the hospital for a bit. I don't know how long it was, but it was for a bit. And then I came back. They brought me back. Yep. So when people say, well, how does it feel to die? What happens when you die? I already know what happens when you die. Been there, done that. I'll tell you this, you ain't gonna wake up seeing no pearly gates. That's not what you see. There's a walkway, there's a passageway. That's what I saw. Passageway. It wasn't like it wasn't like pitch black dark, but it was pretty dark. I don't know, it felt weird. It felt like a lucid dream almost. Which I would have believed that it was a lucid dream if the doctors hadn't told me that I actually flatlined and just stopped. Just stopped for a bit. Uh I would have just been like, yeah, I was dreaming. No, it wasn't a dream. Uh, I didn't see no angels, but I did see like a person. I don't know what that entity was, but it was like I don't know, call it a guide. I don't know what you want to call it, but they were leading me towards a doorway. It wasn't necessarily light, but it was a doorway that I could see. And we were walking towards the doorway. And then I don't know, I just woke up. Just like mid conversation, I woke up because they were about to tell me. I remember they was about to tell me when I was gonna die. And I said, what do you mean when I'm gonna die? So I'm not gonna die right now? And they're like, no, you still have time. A lot of time. And I was like, oh, a lot of time. How long is a lot of time? And then I woke up. So I don't remember past that. It's freakiest dream ever, if that, like, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know. I call it a dream because, I mean, I don't, I didn't know what dying was like. The fuck? Like, nobody knows what dying is like, really. You don't really feel it. You just, like, I mean, not in that situation, but obviously you would feel it if you got shot or something and died. Yeah, you're definitely going to feel that. But it's like, I don't know. I felt a pain in my chest. My heart went crazy. And then I went to sleep. I just passed out. And I assumed that's what started the whole thing. I think I had an atrial flutter. I think an atrial flutter started it. Yeah, scary stuff. I don't like talking about it usually, but I'll tell you guys, I usually don't talk about it with anybody really. Mostly because I don't think people will believe me. That's my biggest thing. Is like I've heard and seen so much from other people that it's like if I share my story, will anybody even believe what I say, including my own family? Like, would they even believe it? I don't know. I don't know. But I doubt it, you know. Just I don't know. I don't know. People just naturally think I just come up with stuff just to mess with people or what actually. Not really sure what people think about me, but I also don't care. So that's the other that's the other reason. I also don't care what people think about me. I know what I went through. I know what I lived through. I know what I experienced, and all I can do is share it with y'all. All I can do is share it with other people. So yeah, believe it if you want. Don't believe it if you want. I mean, I I experienced death, been there on the doorstep, and came back. Like I said, you ain't gotta believe me, but I have no reason to lie to anybody about myself. Like it's kind of hard. It's now I see why like when people come out and tell their stories about their stuff. Like now that I'm thinking about it, now I can see why a lot of people choose not to tell their stories or tell their experience because like it's really hard for somebody that can't experience that on their own just whenever they choose to go, yes, I believe that to be accurate. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't go, well, we tested this, we tested that, and this is what you see, and that's what you see. Although I have heard, right, that when you die, the last thing you see is burned on the backside of your eyes. So I'm wondering, like, if you have these kind of experiences where you're not dead, and then you die afterwards or during that time period, like, does that image get burnt onto the back of your eyes, your corneas? And I wish we can access that to see, like, the last things that everybody sees. You know what I mean? Especially if it's a murder victim. You know what I'm saying? That would be super helpful. If you can see the last thing that murder victim saw before they died, you can conclusively go, okay, it was this particular person. Because when most people kill somebody, whoever they're, you know, murking at the time, if they're close, that person probably seen it. But in a lot of cases, that's the opposite. It's usually because the person that got hit was running away, usually trying to hide or something like that, or just running for their life, and they just didn't get there. Y'all know what it is.
Oh yeah, no, no, no. That's cool. That is cool. This is right. Oh, I gotta make it to the. Wheaties and it's been a minute. Which I want. I'm gonna start a video with food because I've been on a food kick crazy. I've been in the gym and I've been taking that whole and I'm on my whole diet. Which one? Oh, he's there's a new beach. It's a beach, I think. It's called Beluga Beach. This is new. This was never here before. So when we fast traveled there, it was Beluga Beach rooftop. I think that's the penthouse where the best stay. I want to go stay over there. But I think this is a little beach. I don't see no bad. It's a nude beach. I want to see the nudity. Free nudity. What are we doing? Because we cruising. What you mean? Bro, one public road. Stick fucking boys. Wait, what is this speeding? This little AI. I'm trying to get this to my friend. Move. Hey, you just signaled, jackass. What's wrong with this dude?
Hey, you don't see me?
Yo, stop! What? I don't even have the version up. Yo, this is fire, bro. I ain't gonna lie, this is fire. My bad, I can't hear doing? Hey, yo, turn your car up, man. I can't hear. Ooh.
I ain't gonna lie, this shit kind of skinny.
Turn your car up. I can't hear up here.
Now you got that.
I can't hear. It's not even that loud. Damn, you going damn. Chicken much birds ago. You know how to clean that chicken too much. You ate it for lunch. Man, what are you? I'm sorry. Embarrassing. Get a bird sandwich.
A burger sandwich?
A bird. Bird. Just a bird on a butt. I guess. Chicken in the meat. Let me get the meat. Like it's a bird. And look at that. Hey, bro, I'm hungry. Hurry the fuck up. Shit, get that red tap. Let me get that red tap. I don't remember calling it. Yeah,
All right, we're good. I thought it was gonna give me a mood down.
Yo, let me get a happy burger.
Happy burger.
Yeah, the feel. And let me get a Dr.
Thank you for the meal. I think I actually gotta go backwards though. Y'all know me, I'm a right hand job motherfucker, so I gotta go backwards.
Yo, what's in that Dr.
Cool. Hey, excuse me. Hey. I'm sorry. I don't mean to yell. Please stop asking questions. It don't matter if I'm backwards. I'm right hand job cleaning the like this. Oh, can I order please?
Yeah. You got it now? Yeah.
That's quick. Right, you go. Register. Assured.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I know I'm not wasting your time because you're gonna be here from 9 to 5. You'll be alright. It's only 2 p.m. Alright, can I have a oh I remember now, let me get my normal. My first car wrap cheese. The kitchen rat hammy. Let me get that. Does it come with a side of hemorrhoids? I'm trying to get the same thing that my friend got in the front. No hemorrhoids? No. Okay. Let me get the meal. And then let me get a goddamn a venereal vanilla. Okay? As a matter of fact, let me get the mystery meat too. What's the mystery meat of the day?
It's a mystery, you know.
Oh, it's the mystery, right? It's so funny. Alright, what's your name?
Lakeisha.
Lakeisha?
Yeah.
I'm gonna see you when I come around there, girl. Yeah, how much?
$40, sir.
How much? $40, but I got 3 items for $3.49.
So 2 plus 2 is 4.
Hey man, if you want to get your hurt, just do that. Oh,
Hey man, you got a little front of this a little more.
yeah, shut up. Look at how the fuck y'all make it around here?
A lot of clutch right.
I'm backwards. I can't make the. There we go. Here you go. Okay, what? I gave her all change, all pennies. What did you put back in there? You're not full, bitch.
You know, I just broke it.
Look at that. Oh, hold on. Damn, why did your hood fly back like that? You got the service?
Yo, can you shut up? What is talking?
We're having a car meet. Who got a wing? I'm trying to eat up somebody's wing. Yo, bro, you're good. Relax. What's wrong with you? I've been driving something, you know what I'm saying? Since I was a fetus, since I was just a little sparkly, I've been driving. Don't be hey, me. Is that why your wheel is like, shut up.
Well, this
No, it's not.
straight back.
Not on my screen. Not up in his car. My car is fine. Damn, that big ass turbo. Hey, never mind. Is that a precision turbo? Is it? Oh, that's just precision. Okay. That's no further proof. You know what I'm saying? We had to get the food out of the way. I was hungry. All right. I appreciate your car. All right. Jeez. We're gonna do the illegal thing and go to the left. Or should we go right? Go right. We want a chicken munch we just ate. Oh my God. Whoa. Road closed. No shit. It's not even a road. I can finally drive. Oh my God, that feels so good. I want to see what this road is here for up here, bro. It's a different road, I think. Is that a curb up there? Yo, hell, you know what to do, bro. If they really change this map, then that means I'm not used to it, and that means we can get back on it. Oh, I can see a plate now, Gabe. Well, I got a side marker. That's pretty cool. Oh, you almost died. You almost hit me.
I'm surprised this is working. Why is this working? You know what? I ain't gonna question. Knock on wood. Let's keep it going. This I would have obviously like to have that power that went at like over 600 before the end of the last year, but that's all right.
It's cool, right? It feels like a happiness. Like a full circle moment. All right, nice liquor. Nice, call out liquor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at this little turn. Look at this. We should call this Goofy Taurus. I'm claiming it. Yo, Pop Anderson, put a sign that says, oh, oh my God. Wait, out. Carter. Oh my God, that's that big ass turbo. Can't guess my friend. What's this? What's the crib? Where's the crib? It's the house. How's it?
It's a neighborhood cut. Damn. I hate having allergies. I hate having allergies.
Went around it, just run over it. Somebody was drifting here. There's like tire marks. Like this actually tire marks. Figure slam with a tire marks. But we ain't talking about what's that was originally Kendrick's singing that Iggy tried to read. Good. It'd be nice to do stop that stop signs. Oh, this feels updated, bro. It feels new and alive. It feels like 2023. I'm so happy. Oh my God, bro. This is so cool.
I need wet scrolls like a
This looks so small compared to
bro.
like bigger cars. But like with the compared to the 20, which I think is a bigger car, it doesn't look that's weird. You just clutched it? No, I just that's on it. That shit looked like you clutched it. All the force went to the ass. It just this is fire. This is amazing. I'm so happy. I'm making it. My mouse in the middle of why you not go? Why you not go? Come on. What's wrong with this guy? I know he didn't lag. Oh shit. You're confusing me, bro. One second you want to be a fucking demon. Next second you want to be a big okay,
Oh,
never mind. Bro, that's fine, bro. You don't gotta take it. Alright, he's gone. He's gone out there, just me and you. He's gone out there. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. There you go. That fast ass car.
Oh my God, I need some
damn.
Hey, Eric.
Bro, how are we coming? What?
oh, oh.
Where the hell are you going? Now you.
I'm sorry for lying.
There's actually a door like that. Just use that. I ain't touching.
Let me through it. Take me through that! Take me through that! Oh my God, Bob! You about to hit!
I've seen that in like 2 more videos, bro. It's really left.
Hey.
This car probably could handle really well. If I just slammed. Whoop, did you just? Oh, that's what happened. That's what happened. Oh no, all right. Nothing happened to me.
Yeah, I hit the bump and that just been.
I just punched the mic. I'm sorry. And 2 videos ago, I had the mic far away from me, and it sounded like I was across the room. It was literally just two. I stuttered. This looks familiar, but it also doesn't. Understand? I would have never stopped there. Hold up, baby. Game. Run it. This is like a ball. What the ball? What the ball? You look, I'm not in a toxic mood right now. I'm not trying to toss you. This is cool. This is so cool, bro. I'm so happy because not that I was getting tired of life, but I was getting tired of it. But now that it's new and refreshed, it's like it's a green light for me. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my God, I love it.
It's like, come somewhere. Uncyclonical white gives 2 shades whiter teeth, 24/7 specific protection. I recommend it. So let's follow this.
Samuel Adams was a patriot and a brewer. That's why I named my beer after him. He was committed to the idea of independence and freedom. As an independent brewer, I get to make beer to my taste, so we never have to compromise. I don't love that. I do not love that beer. Oh my God, that bull kicked in and kicked his ass. All you see is me smiling and him sideways looking directly at me with a "we'll be back later" sign on the screen. Okay, so it's becoming familiar, but it also still feels different. Oh my gosh, where's that long ass tunnel? What the hell is that? Train track. We're going left. It says red light next to the road. Okay, this is familiar. Yeah. They got rid of the tunnel. What's up with y'all? Step over here. Well, mine's actually like, I touched the curb. Why did I touch the curb? Bigger though, so the house is over here. I want to see if they change. Like the buildings feel like more grand. What? The couple of the flame went down the block. My fuel tank fell out. What did you just do? You know? You run? You run?
But if you need to, I can't stay for the break.
How many of us have them? Focus. My camera's not focused.
Friends, don't. How many of us have them? Friends, how many of us have them? Oh, shit. I don't know where my friends went.
Okay, cool. Oh, I can sure. Oh, right. Wait, that was always no. That wasn't right there though. Was it? No, it wasn't. That marker on no, it wasn't. It wasn't right there. It was a little bit, a couple blocks over. He moved it. Oh, yeah. I'm about that one. No. I'm not talking about that. You don't know what I'm talking about. What you at? Are you
you in the houses in the hills that we used to know, or you by the Simpsons house? The house in the hills. Oh man, I'm so happy, bro. Ever since they changed it, because these feel a little different. Your tire marks and they disappeared. Tire marks. I'm gonna stop.
No, you ain't. Sandy cheeks.
Then we really dropped him off and left. Okay, my crib is still here. Your crib is still there. Wow, wait, did they repaint my crib? Is this thing there good? Bro, I know you see me. I feel like the driveway is more like small. Not small, but like the entrance is not as big.
It's probably because he added like all the foliage or the shadows.
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, let me switch cars real quick. Do a little editing real quick. I'm so happy to be here, bro. I don't know if you can tell. Hey, man, bro, how you doing?
I'm doing a race right here.
Oh no, I don't need a boost. I got all the boosts I need under the hood.
I got all the boost I need.
Damn, I put on flames at no RPM. Look at this, bro. GTR R32. Oh shit. You can see the flame in the mirror. That's fire. Get the fuck out of my way. I just see that little ass about to burn your bumper off. It's like a little nigga peeing on his balls. This is what you doing. Excuse me. I don't know. That was terrible. I gotta wait for that edit. That's so fire. You see the flames in the mirror? It's orange. I thought I had a stick. Hey, I will turning me, by the way. I'm excited to try this.
I don't want to risk that.
Let me go. Ooh, I'm pretty cool.
Huh.
This is still quick now, yo. I like it. Oh my god, I'm so happy right now, bro. I'm fulfilled. This car guys doing car things. Damn. Hold on. I want it back up. It's still there. It is. Oh my god, that's the hard
You're always so sad. Crying, bro. She always crying. Yeah, cause you always whining about everything, damn it. Shut up.
Nigga, we good. I gotta make the Oreos, bro. Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Fix my camera, make my head smaller. I want to see this have all the original stuff. And what? Damn, Cancer? I get called. Jack? That's like that was a homage to one of my clips from back in the birds. I was trying to recreate it and trying to understand it. I'm also starting to fix it. Huh?
What?
Pop your pool? Is that like Pepto Bismol? No, that's everything. They got fat cat. They got stickers. Oh, that's close to. That's way cool. They got poo poo and they got shittles. They got lard. They got shittles. They got damn M&M's. They got Runway. They got Whistler's. And TNT. Where'd you see the poo poo? Poo poo. What? Again. Where? I didn't have lunch. Oh, the poo poos. Oh, I thought you said. I thought I don't know what I thought you said. That's a disgusting ass story. Yo, Julio, I don't know what's up with you, bro, but he be selling. You know what I'm saying? He be making his money. So that's why he be doing all my repairs for free. He sees me as a charity case. All right, let's go hit some roads, man. I'm trying to hit some big roads. Why are they flying down the hill? Whose BMW is that? Oh, that's not a BMW. That's one of the main cars. Wait, I wanted to Walmart so that Best Buy is back here. It's to the right. It's to the left. To the left. Over here. It's to the left. Damn! Maybe it wasn't that serious. This is like a two-story project, but wait, were all these villages? I think they were. I'm just noticing more. I feel like it's more like greenery and shit. This is the worst part right here. Don't hit me. I thought you were gonna. No. I thought you were gonna be on my right. I thought you were gonna be on my right. No. I am get turning stupid. Wait, that's you. That road tilted like that is new. That wasn't like that before. Well, all this shit gets out the pocket. This is the worst part. This shit don't want to slide. Oh my goodness. Oh, damn. Okay, look. Wait, we gotta try the highway, bro. What the hell? Damn. Hey. Damn. Hey. Why are you coming towards me? Why are you coming towards me? Well, go. To the right. Come on, bro. Got this here too. I think it was. It wasn't right. Yeah, they got. I think it did have some bumps.
Go right.
I'm gonna hit the highway. Now I'm gonna go on the highway to the left.
With the highway, making money that fly away. There gotta be a better way, better way, better way. Mhm.
Oh, this is gonna be cool. We gotta hit the R-ramp like real man. Let's do
You tried it.
Yeah, I hit the R-ramp. I hit the R-ramp. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is why I like this route because traffic is on the highway.
Game money to me.
Yeah, no, I did it.
Yes, you did.
No, I did it. I'm sorry. Sorry. You know, he has good instinct. He moved over and I'm not.
That ain't retarded stuff.
Damn, why you gonna be like that, bro? I messed up my headlight. I was considering restarting. Remember we used to track like some video game? The GTR versus the E46? Yeah, just take a soda, you sick man.
Damn.
That's what you get. It's Baba. What's that way? What goes that way? Who goes there? These mountains seem more grand than they used to be. I think I'm just making stuff at this point. But it just seems bigger. Save your dark down survive. That's all of them. Go farther with markdowns on your next oil change. Drive again. Markdowns on Rain X products and many more deals. There are markdowns for miles at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
NBA playoffs are back. We're playing.
Listen, we're in the playoffs right now. Scoring points, give blocks, grabbing boards.
3 and 3.
This guy gets it.
You ready to line up playoff replay?
29.
Oh no, get to that. Yeah, you're trying to whip back and forth and whoop you. I whip my hand back and forth. And then let you. Come fix my car. That both gates work. Oh, it actually works. Move out the word. Move. Get out the word. Well on. I'm getting pulled over by me out of the way. Oh my God. So good on oh my God, RPM ones with the right lip, right spec. Oh God. I almost got a cramp in my foot.
I can't let people here. I ran out of here. I put this and then I ran out of here.
Yeah, this is not that fast. I only got 12 pounds of boost.
I also have to about
Wow, you're lighter than me. That's crazy. That's just fast as hell. Dude, look at him while we wait for game real quick. Now, this shit bothers my shit.
I got to show my ass free.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, I'm recording it. Thank you, big time. I installed. Look at that. Look at that hill up there. Damn! Already going. Oh, damn! Oh my God! Oh my God! That was just flung. I didn't even touch you.
the car that you drove the car at me.
I see you hit that. I saw you. The air pushed you this way. You got hit by an airbender. Avatar.
I forgot how to raise it for there or something.
Even at high speeds like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. No, you're absolutely right because yeah, that car breaks my arms.
Oh, we got the auto point with the
Yeah. Yeah. This shit looks so good. I'm pissed. I need a thumbnail. I gotta go find a place to take pictures. Oh, I'm gonna get burned. A thumbnail picture. What you mean? What kind of picture? What kind of pictures you think about? You're a sick man.
Think I've only
You're a naughty boy. Naughty. Look at the paddle front of this key, bro. It's so good and tasty. There's no charging stuff. Oh, there is. What if what's your ever directed, bro? If you would have just looked, you would have. I feel like that was you just buying time. You stalled going backwards. Well, I got another edit. Oh, wait, going down my lip is shaking. My lip is shaking at no speed. I'm coming over. Woo! You might want to slow your ass down. Oh my God. I told you. Good break. God. I ain't no gas. I'm about to say, what's that to the right? That's not even gas. That's a toll booth. Is that a toll booth? It is. Wait, you gotta get right. No.
No.
Like it was 395. Yeah, I pay for the 3 cars. Thanks.
Did you just stall?
It's 100.
$100.
$100?
Okay. Yeah, what?
Lord. I'm good. I'm taken care of. Well, I'm taking care of. Let me take care of you, girl. What's that name is? I don't have one. Hi, you don't got a name? Who you did? How many people that me? I'm trying to get my swag on. I'm trying to get my nigga leg wet.
Send this maniac stuff back to the junkyard.
Sorry, I should have said that. All right. I thought I wasn't gonna be able to turn. It actually turned. Why did you turn it around? Why did we pay a toll for somewhere that doesn't exist? I want my money back. I want my money back. It wasn't even my money. What the fuck are we doing here? Wait. Oh, that's to the right. I remember that. I think it's a different section of the. Yeah, this is to get to the fucking airport thing right here. Oh, I gotta come back to this map and fly around. I'm about to put my flight stick back on. Helicopter, helicopter. Wait, how much rolling we got? Come here. No, chill out. What? Nigga, you want this? You want this? You sure you want this? Yeah. Man, pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Worst ever.
I'm scared of run. No, we're having a run. Can I get a hit? A hit? What do you need a hit for? Yeah, I think it's all-wheel drive. I'm not. I'm literally slow, bro. You need a hit against that ball. Wait, I'll go. You go. What up? Actually, no. Fuck you. I'll get down like. Damn, you that confident? Yes. Right here, I gave. I had to edit. Like, I literally got to edit. I know, but. Yeah, you about to take off. You got to edit. That's tough. On my screen, my camera's blurry. My vision's blurry. It's getting full blurry with the blurry ice flurry. I want to make flurry so bad. I haven't had one forever. I just don't eat poorly anymore. Oh my god! Oh, I'm so hard to have a snack. Anyway, I told you I've been on my THC, on my PTC here, right? All right, ready? Good. Why I asked for one. I think the road is over here. That's the end. You might have a road instead of a dig. Oh yeah, it is over here. This is it, right here. Oh, I have to have the runway. Take me on the way. Oh, this car is so fucking nice. I want an R32. I've always wanted one. I, I need an R32, R32, R34, R35, R37, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're gonna roll. We're gonna get like a 50. A 50? Come back. Well, I guess. Yo, I thought your car caught on fire, but a flame to air flew back towards your car. I'm about to cause a wildfire. Just, all right, so 50. Yeah. Damn. Second is 50 is basically top of second for me. Nigga, what are you doing? We have a limited time. Nigga want to crash out. Yeah, 50, bro. Can you hear my work? Yeah, hurry up. You hear my work, both of you? Yeah, hurry up. No, that's it. Stay away, back there. I'm around here. What's that? A bus stop? Damn. Damn. Let that nigga go. It's a long ass runway. What kind of plane needs all this road? Look at me. I found off road. I found the off road. See that perfection? Perfection. Actually, the flash has a picture from outside. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I cheated. I turned my boots all the way up. So there's that. That's why I was so fast. That's what the edit was. You know. So there's that. And eating it, bitch. Every time I move over there. No. I'm actually doing racing. Actually, the video's over. You see it. I'm just like, I kind of want to hit some back row, so I got to put this back down. Now I want to hit some back row. Oh, yeah, my fluency at the Science Center right now. We just discovered biology and stuff like that. So now I'm not going to go for a drive. I'm back at 17 pounds. I had it at 40 pounds, just stock at 12 pounds, and then I went back to, right? 17 pounds might be the magic. What if you come into the Science Center for? Dumbass, nigga, you don't want no science. You don't want to see no science. Hell, what it?
Oh my god, telephone.
How about the same, bro? I'm literally jumping up in my kitty shaking and shit. Oh, that thing would have done some real job, man. You better slow down. Nigga didn't even stop at the hoop. Keep going, bro, because I want to see what they are. Maybe left. He's like, oh, no. He's so cat. So you just bullying him, basically. Got it. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit it. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. That's the green light for me. Good thing. That's a green light. That's a little stupid for me because it's literally a green light. You don't see all them driving? Wait, you want to go left or right? It don't matter. You follow it. It do not matter. God, you follow it. I know you did. What? When you rolled the clutch, right? No, goddamn. I was thinking. God damn. I got lazy, man. Rolled that. I thought you were gonna go. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Man, I'm sorry. Oh, you're supposed to be in front of me anyway. Go ahead.
Get the confidence to make better business decisions with the help of Zero.
And I'm sitting here, with such decades, for milliseconds, finding the incredible in the invisible, beyond.
That sharp jolt of pain that you feel when you eat cold foods is tooth sensitivity. You're experiencing an exposed layer of the tooth. The new Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield on sensitive areas of teeth that regenerates with every use. I recommend it to all my patients.
The new Lexus IS, style that doesn't let you be stopped short of amazing.
What are you doing?
Playing a jungle cash word scratch off here.
Playing digital instant jungle cash word.
Say what now?
Digital instant. Same thing as you, but on the phone.
On the phone.
On the phone.
But I can win $150,000
$1,000 every two.
instantly.
Yes, sir.
Real cash money.
Real cash money. Have you always had a slot? I name it sloppy.
Jungle Cash Word, 2 ways to play, 2 ways to win instantly.
Hey, Jamal. Not there.
She's universal actually. Like, yeah, she literally gives like one front runner skill. Well, technically two with Moxie. Fast paced and Moxie. Everything else is just medium skills. Why am I not using her?
Let's pull in this goddamn pickup truck. He was scared. He didn't want to do that. Oh, the way that shit just wait, the way that shit just kind of slipped out a little bit. Pause. I bet like the way your ass, the car, it just like, what's he talking about? You saw what happened. Somebody about to die. Somebody about to die. Okay, we all said that. Shouldn't leave. Shouldn't leave. I'm gripping the fuck out of this gear shifter. I'm about to think that's gonna be a pause. This is amazing. I'm having an amazing time.
Finally.
Oh. On the left.
Right left.
From the left. From the left. God damn. Back to normal. He's putting all the way around. Oh, wait, and I'm high. That's real job, is it?
Yeah.
No wonder that I slipped out. Pause.
Oh my.
For my eyes were like, wearing 3D glasses. Light just flew out of my screen and almost hit me in the face. That was crazy. I'm dumb. Damn. Nigga, who makes the left? Okay, get the fuck out my way, old ass pickup truck. I got my job some real job again. Because now I can actually slide and drift this shit. Make it left, make it left. Go on.
All right. I'm fearing. Oh!
Why is it whipping like that?
How you going to go like that?
You don't see OJ Simpson right here? Yo, that was funny. Damn, they got on the hell like everything. I heard what you say. Ah, fuck in the air, bro. A random traffic with that shit. I'm down. Okay. Learn your lesson. Look at the road is deformity. It looks like Nick's forehead. That's why. Nah, he probably used to it. It looks like Nick's head. That's the reason why you used to it. He's looking at his head. It's both lumpy. It's the same thing. I get it. Now you want caution, guy, Brian? No more. I don't know, man. You good? This is also a new section. I've never seen this before. He added some random speed stops.
Hey!
Damn, nigga stalled. Wait, can you stall or you did? Damn, non-manual driver there too. Damn, nigga. Oh, I don't stall next. Oh, that was so cool. My turn. Okay, that didn't do anything. I went straight because I'm all one job. So I can get it to slide a little bit. This is so cool. This is literally a completely different map, bro.
Guys, we have a bit of a situation.
Late surgers in the Taurus Cup are very strong, but it is important to note a few things that are going to complicate late surgers and late closers in the Taurus Cup. So let's kind of explore them. Now, there's too many of them to list and go through each one, so we're gonna have to kind of group them up.
Some Umamasume finales are incredible.
I just realized that they are saying that the key owns the championship varies the tractor, right? And it's human to human. It came from Argentina. Do you know what is about to happen in the next few weeks?
There's a cruise ship that has a virus on it from Argentina.
Do you know the base camp of Argentina is? Kansas City. Do you know who's about to get, like, I want to check, 650,000 additional humans?
Most people think you need a gym with dozens of different exercises to build a strong, muscular body. But there are guys.
No. Why did, yeah, I don't know where that came from.
Today, guys, we have our hands full. We are facing the #1 player, best of 3 series. He's 341-11. Gonna be very difficult. I'm only 72-7. I will say when I play these games, I stream them, and the chat is heavily distracting me. But 500 likes on this video. I'll also play against his brother in the next video, who's 224-23. It's gonna be tough here, guys. Let's try our best. He's starting off in bunch X nasty. I've seen this formation a bunch, and just make the tackle. Oh. That's the problem. They got all these abilities on the running back, just super hard to tackle in space. Even with two guys, the two keys this game are no problem.
If your alien looks human, has human organs and behaves human, it's not useful to think of it as alien.
Okay, exactly. So that's my point. Like, if I don't see them or experiencing them, they don't exist. How do we know this is not an alien? Isn't it?
Hello? Hello? Are you an alien? Hello? Hello?
Okay. This is why a lot of your colleagues don't like you.
The 81A Studios, Saucers and Saints.
Went down. Because if the ship had simply gone straight underwater, went down. Because if the ship had simply gone straight underwater, there wouldn't have been any passengers left alive inside. Its hull was divided into watertight compartments, and the water didn't flood them all at once. It gradually moved from one compartment to the next. The iceberg tore through several compartments in a row. Still, for a while, there were areas inside the ship where air remained trapped. It's important to understand why the ship didn't sink right after the collision, even though the damage was serious. It might seem like if the hull is punctured, the ship should quickly fill with water and disappear beneath the surface. But the Titanic wasn't called unsinkable for nothing. Sure, that was partly a marketing claim, but there was still some truth to it. So after the collision, most of the interior spaces remained filled with air for some time. That meant the ship was still able to stay afloat.
I need standard distance, but I also need medium straightaway. This the only thing where I forgot about that first event.
That's why the ship began to tilt sharply forward. The structure came under enormous enormous stress. The difference in weight.
The speed and weight are the same.
So what happens to a ship when different sections
I'll take the
rapidly
medium
dip
straightaways.
underwater? Imagine this. One half is rapidly filling with water and sinking, while the other half is still being held up by trapped air.
Nah, I should have got standard distance. Crap. I just realized I don't think I have another way to get standard distance. Lesson learned. Dag nabbit.
The pressure kept increasing and the bending time became more and more extreme. Eventually, it hit its limit and snap. That's how the Titanic broke roughly in the middle and finally lost any chance of staying afloat. What happened to the bow after the ship broke apart? By that point, it was already almost completely flooded and had basically lost any ability to float, so it immediately began sinking. If there's no air left inside, there's nothing left to keep it afloat. Anyone who may have been trapped in that section had no chance. Water filled every space, pushing out even the last small pockets of air. So the bow went down quickly, with almost no resistance, and as it sank, it only picked up speed. According to researchers, the bow section of the Titanic reached the ocean floor in about 6 minutes at high speed, disappearing completely into the darkness of the deep. But what about the stern? Unlike the bow, the stern was lighter. It still had compartments that hadn't flooded, and because of that, it didn't sink right away. Once the front section disappeared underwater, everything changed fast. Stern suddenly lost its support and began rising upward. Little by little, it tilted up until it was almost vertical. A mass of propellers were now above the surface, exposed and motionless. At that point, the entire structure was extremely unstable. It was held up only by the air still trapped inside, which slowed down the inevitable sinking of what remained of the ship, but only for a little while. But why does the stern matter so much in this story? Because unlike the bow, the stern didn't fill with water all at once, but gradually, which means that air inside didn't escape all at once either. When the flooding happens slowly, some air can get trapped in the upper rooms. This creates temporary air pockets, small spaces where people can still breathe. And this isn't just my theory. This has actually happened in real shipwrecks. For example, in 2013, one man survived for more than 2 days inside a sunken vessel thanks to an air pocket like that. It was a rare case, but it proves that something like this is possible. So yes, there really could have been areas inside the Titanic stern where people stayed alive for some time, until the water finally reached them. That leads to the next question. How much time could that remaining air actually give them? Obviously, if air pockets remained inside the hull, then death wasn't instant, it was delayed. The question is for how long? In fact, it depends on two things: how much air there was and how many people were breathing. Naturally, the more empty spaces there were and the fewer people inside them, the longer they could survive. But the supply would still be limited. As the stern flooded, these kinds of bubbles could have formed in the upper parts of the stern, where the water didn't reach immediately. Air would have remained trapped there longer than in other areas. That means some of the roughly 1,500 people who died on the Titanic may really have stayed alive for some time after the ship went under. But they were trapped inside the ship with no way out and no chance of rescue. Now let's take a closer look at those air pockets. Where could air have remained inside the ship while water was slowly flooding it? It's important to remember the basic principle. Air is lighter than water, so it always rises. It doesn't spread out evenly. Instead, it collects in the highest points of any enclosed space. When the stern tilted and began sinking, the normal idea of floors stopped making sense. What used to be up could shift, flip, or end up at a completely different angle. Basically, the whole internal layout went sideways. Because of that, air began collecting in whatever areas were higher than the water level at that moment: corridors, cabins, stairwells, even if those places hadn't originally been the highest points. These areas became temporary pockets where air still remained, and with it, a chance to survive. There was another reason the air ended up this way. It had to do with how the water entered the ship. The water came in from below and gradually filled the lower levels, pushing the air upward. The air had nowhere else to go, so it moved into whatever empty space was still left above the rising water. But the inside of a ship isn't just one empty box. It's full of partitions, corridors, corners, and separate rooms. At some point, air could get trapped in one of those spaces. Water had already come in from below, but the air had no way out. That's how sealed cavities with remaining air could form, separated from the main body of water. You can see something similar in flooded caves. When dry sections go underwater, air pockets can remain in the upper recesses. They may last for some time until the pressure becomes too strong and destroys them. But were there still people inside when the water was already filling the ship? Turns out there were. The evacuation
A
was
lot of
rushed
people.
and chaotic, and not everyone managed to reach the lifeboats or even get up to the upper decks. Some passengers were trapped below, in corridors and cabins where the water reached them faster than they could escape. At first, it may have seemed like a dangerous but manageable situation, but then passageways were blocked, staircases became unusable, and the ship kept tilting. At some point, there was no escape route left, and people became trapped inside. Some of them may have ended up in those very areas where air still remained. But what would it actually feel like for someone trapped inside as the ship lost stability? One second you're standing on the floor, and then the floor starts slipping away beneath you. The ship tilts sharply, almost rising vertically, and the familiar space around you stops making sense. The floor becomes a wall, the walls become the ceiling, and staircases turn into almost vertical shafts that are impossible to climb. It gets dark. In some places, the lights go out. In others, they're already gone. People try to grab onto something, but they can't hold on because their wet clothes are pulling them down. Hands slip, feet can't find a grip. People are torn from where they're standing and carried through corridors and cabins, slammed into walls, furniture, and each other. And all around them is the deep roar of water forcing its way inside and filling the compartments. Metal creaks and cracks under the pressure. Somewhere there are dull booms. Something inside the ship is giving way. Some survivors later said they heard explosions. Maybe they were boilers or parts of the hull failing under the strain. Everything turns into one terrifying mix. People screaming, objects crashing, structures grinding and breaking apart. And then at some point, the current might throw people into the upper parts of the ship, into places where some air still remains. There they can breathe for a moment, but there's nowhere left to escape. It's a dead end, dark, cramped, growing quieter as the air runs out. And don't think I'm done with the horror just yet, because now we get to the hardest question. How long can people actually survive in those sealed spaces when some air still remains? Are we talking seconds? Minutes? On the one hand, air means a chance. As long as there's air, you don't die right away. But what does your remaining time really depend on? And how quickly does that air turn into something you can no longer breathe? In a small space, that could happen in a matter of minutes. In a larger one, maybe a little longer. But how long exactly? Where's the line? And then there's the most disturbing question. What was it actually like for the people trapped inside? Were those air pockets a chance at an easier death, or were they a trap that only stretched out their final minutes and turned them into torture? Because if you don't die instantly, that means you have to wait in the dark, in a cramped space, with every breath becoming harder and harder. No one knows exactly how long those moments lasted inside the Titanic, but the possibility alone is already chilling. So can people have stayed alive right up until the wreckage reached the ocean floor? It sounds horrifying, but in theory, yes, it's possible. If large air pockets really did remain inside, they could have bought people a little more time. The stern didn't sink instantly, but it didn't take hours either. After it finally disappeared beneath the surface, the descent to the ocean floor took roughly 10 to 15 minutes. That isn't very long, and the air inside enclosed spaces may still have been breathable during that time. So theoretically, some people may have survived the actual descent. They could have been trapped inside those pockets of air, still conscious almost until the very end. And that kind of sinking is often seen as one of the most terrifying scenarios.